Alright, tonight we're continuing Ace Attorney. It's been a while. Oh man, I gotta remember these voices. I think I made it talk slowly. I don't know. If they're not the same, it's been a while. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Ms. Starr, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that I wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important. Even if I placed the witness, the events from... Wait. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? Say, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they face me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day, I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go. Fired. I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Okay, I'm gonna need a reminder. Okay. Yeah, SL9. Let's try this. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident? It's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. Super lawyer number 9. I guess. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over yet. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? I don't know, this game can be just as crazy as Yakuza at times. Maybe show the blade. Is she gonna say the same thing? No. The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Oh. Never mind. Yeah. There's no skip. Maybe the crime photo. If you think about it, I could have taken the picture from the guard room. But even I got flustered sometimes. So he went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop that murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Ms. Starr. You were lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disgraced before. I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? I mean, she's holding a grudge. Does she have more to say? That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We were nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable to who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary. It was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? The basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? Where on earth could that happen? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every single angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over. He was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9. There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Ms. Starr's old boyfriends, how many does she have anyway? Those detectives are stylish for their job. I mean, it's basically Scooby-Doo detectives. Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie. With what? It seems you're serious about investigating this case. Yes? Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Ms. Starr? Officer Marshall, is he you, are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. Got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now, he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were, nothing more than that. Right, I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall, I guess there's nothing else to do here. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blaring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. You're a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. I guess I got that thing that can look for blood now. Okay, that's funny. Is there any blood here? No blood. Okay. Just making sure. You're clean. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Wait, when does this... Holy shit, this must be older than I thought. Just these computers. I mean, shit, even when I was in university, I don't think there were CRTs. The games came out in the GBA era. Okay, that makes sense. Like, this is certainly an aesthetic. Just that style of mouse and the plain white ATX tower. Oh wait, there's nothing here. Also the bulky laptops. Yeah, but those laptops are pointless. You basically had to stay tethered anyway. Okay. I guess that was the other one. Oh. The hell? What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime? It just seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing, it's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. That's a lot of drinks. No clues here. No clues here, just more alcoholism. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was it called again? A paunchy? Paunchy? Pinchy? I don't know, poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Excuse me, has he set up like a rabbit trap at the door? Look on the floor. A lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. There's no trap, it's just rope that accidentally fell. Oh my god, I just realized he has... Like, the guy's from California and he has this Texas thing here. Okay, I guess... I thought we could use it. Now the important thing. Is there any blood? Wait, I don't think I investigated the bottle. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. Just what kind of a world do you think we live in? Alright, I think he's clean. The hat, maybe? Yipes. These sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. She's a bit of a prick. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more like an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Oh no, I get it. This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went through here, the cactus will fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yeah myself. The evidence room is this way. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first. So wait, is there really nothing here? Guess not. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal, you mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. I'm the perpetrator. Do you have a suspect?
No, well, there was a suspect. We just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal. All I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly.
Wait, don't leave.
If you want to know more, head down to the detention center, pal. Questing should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Wasn't I just there? That's the guard station, the evidence room. No, hang on. Am I thinking of... I guess in the previous case you went through there to go to the evidence room, so it's through here. Can I... Well, that doesn't help me. It's the same shit. I guess they arrested the guy, so I'll go to the detention center. Wait, it's... The detention center's not even here. Uh-oh. So... I can't go to either? Hang on, that can't be right. What happens if I go here? Oh, that's weird. Alright. Whatever. Still, I do feel better about things a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Oh my god, that hurt my ears. What was that? I don't know who this is, so I'm not going to voice it yet. Oh, this guy.
Hi, greetings, sir.
Wait, I know who you are.
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
Officer Meekins, you're a guard here at the detention center.
No, sir, I'm not. I'm a little lost patrolman. Like a little lost lamb, sir.
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report.
No, sir, how should I say this?
Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins. You didn't, did you?
Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir.
What? What? Hey, Lolo, what's up, man? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Why is his handle jacked up?
Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir.
Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins.
I had some business that day, sir. So I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard at the station in front of the room said it was empty, sir.
So normally there's a guard at the evidence room?
That's right, sir. Because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall.
Marshall?
Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yeah!
What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center.
How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir.
A bandage on his hand. Just like Ms. Sky. Get another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime?
Well, you see, sir,
Don't you think you should just confess?
But sir, but there was nothing I could do.
Nothing you could do?
Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious.
The next thing you knew, you were... Huh?
Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Could you imagine how I felt?
The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right?
Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim.
I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that.
Well, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that.
Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman?
Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side.
So, you didn't know him?
Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of lights or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir.
At least someone around here is more confused than I am. I mean, this guy's just a goofball. Let's just confirm that it's actually him. Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey! That's it, sir. That's it. That's it.
That's what?
My head was blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember, sir.
You mean you remembered what happened?
Correct. That card was the cause of it all.
This ID card.
Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing.
I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. There's probably more. Yeah. Can you tell me what it is you do remember?
Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman. Lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room.
And that's why you thought he looked suspicious.
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far.
That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
What?
Sir, I assure you I was flustered, as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him?
Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir.
What happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here.
Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is... I did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up in here?
They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said.
But you don't remember the events clearly.
No, but videotape is quite clear.
Huh? Videotape?
From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape.
And you waited until now to tell us this?
I'm really, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it.
No thanks. I have my own. I guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. This guy's nuts. Wait, what happens if I show him my badge? Officer Meekins, have a look at this.
Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir.
Huh?
I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she has one just like it.
Me? Why would I?
I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere! I'm alone! All alone! Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir.
Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I'd like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. What a goofball. So, can I now? Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant.
And you're sure this is all, You know what it means if there's anything missing.
Wait. It's a different guy, okay.
I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal?
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered.
Yeah, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Oh. Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Okay. Is Edgeworth going to be okay?
Oh, Worthy. You know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they had no end of trouble with the boy since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto?
Von Karma.
Yeah, legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence.
Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf. Two, I mean.
They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, well, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time, that's what it says.
What evidence is this?
Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it.
I wasn't expecting much anyway.
You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the Chief of Detectives trap shut.
Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier.
Huh? You saw that? Whoops!
I wonder what it I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can discreetly ask him. This guy, I assume? Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here. Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21. Better make a note of it, just in case. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Okay, so what was it that we just found? Oh. This wasn't him. I mean, unless you say that that is an honest mistake, but the fact that he was writing a different ID out, it probably means this isn't him. But even that doesn't make sense. It's like 5'8". And then this is... I guess he stopped. Yeah, weird. Alright, noted. I don't think we should show him that. He's probably asking for trouble. Can I get in here yet? Nope. Well. What if... Oh, you know what? I bet Gant gives it. There we go. Actually, I was wondering if you could do us a favor.
Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help.
I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room.
Now, Righto.
Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate at all.
Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man?
Huh?
Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them the $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
It goes to show, you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir, it's an honor.
You just run along now and do your best now. Later, folks.
Haha, it looks pretty cool in my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Wait, so can we see that ID card? No. Okay, there's no plot twist with it. Wait, now that the... Whatever. I swear last time I was here, you couldn't get into the detention center. Okay. What do you mean? Okay. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open! Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my bambina's sky so great?
Officer Marshall, why does it have to be him?
What's that? What does that have to be being looked for?
As you may have surmised, this is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge, new thoughts.
Yeehaw?
Well, what's your stand there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's waiting.
Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions.
Sorry, Cowboy, I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres.
You're busy then.
Did I say that? I said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. I mean, this guy's faking the Texas thing. I wouldn't be able to do a Texan accent anyway, even if I tried. So I just gave him nasally Australian that speaks quickly. I was wondering if we could talk to you.
Sorry, Bambino. But I'm off to run the lines like a tumbleweed on the proud prairie. Like a gunslinger lighting a six shoot, I say a little prayer.
What's all that about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. It's funny the idea that he's got all this Texas stuff and can't do the accent. Well, he's not Texan, so it would check out. I bet if I could do the American accent, he would be like a Californian Valley accent. It's already been established the whole cowboy shtick is fake. It would be like... I forget the movies, but whenever an American goes overseas and they go to a restaurant, like somewhere in another country, and it's America Town and everyone's dressed like a cowboy. There's multiple things that do that. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation pronto. We'll give him his lunch. Actually, what I get the feeling he's not going to talk to me until I give him his lunch. I was wondering if we could talk to you.
Sorry, Bambino. But I'm off to run the lines like a tumbleweed on the wild prairie. Like a gunslinger loading a six shoot, I say a little prayer.
Okay, yeah. He's too hungry. Here you go.
That smell reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Ms. Starr.
What's this?
What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means.
All right, Bambino, you win. Anything.
Finally, it seems like.
He's willing to talk. Okay. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy kept getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got all demoted for a detective 2 years ago, well, I might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping on the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping everyone on the island place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. There we go, Jesus. It might not look it, he says with several bottles of alcohol scattered around his workstation. I'm sure they're decorative. What the fuck is this? Kinda like that stewed steak broccoli they sneak in your next steak, you know. Wait, what? Kinda like that stewed steak broccoli they sneak in your next. I can't say that quickly. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know. There we go. What the fuck does that even mean? Some of this has to be made, but I guess that makes it funnier because he's saying shit that, like, I'm sure no Texan would say. Miss Starlet told us something. She said you were a detective until 2 years ago. It's always my dream to be a raw high wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Ms. Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved in the record books. But it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambino. Anyway, the case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals, too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambino, me machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easy one to understand these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman's, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon it might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through here. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambino, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the certain case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing.
Alright, we'll show him the ID card. Sorry, but could you explain this whole transferal thing?
We don't keep evidence from solved cases in this room. They kept her under the presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can re-investigate themselves. It turns out to be a mistake, see?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
Goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the East County Sheriff's Department. That's what we call transferal. We do that every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for all cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be investigated.
And that happened to the SL9 2 days ago. This guy's tiring, but I guess it's better than trying to do a cowboy accent. See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. Who the hell has a badge number of 777? Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. Okay, that is a meme number. I'm sorry, but it's like 777777 at 420. Yeah, good work. The luckiest man in the... yeah. Luckiest person to go into the evidence room at 420. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing.
That's why there's only one of them cards in the whole world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID record.
I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Guess we're done with him. Can we ask him, like, what's up with the trap? Let's see if there's... Look on the floor, it's a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something.
I just rent me a stair with this here lasso.
What?
It was bellowing moo, pal, moo.
Detective Gumshoe, I presume. Okay. Now we know. Still stupid, but... Okay. New room. Okay. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Yeah. Wow.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, it's true.
So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50, even me.
Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Just for today? Boss for a day.
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you'll want to have this.
Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. What the hell's... Why am I boss for a day? So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here, in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again.
I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe.
Haha, of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card.
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, well, I may be like a teenage girl that breaks her phone every 3 months, but that's okay. We got plenty of funds to replace the cards.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint.
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint.
Oh my god, that...
So the only locker we can open is our own. Unless we happen to decapitate the person's hand. Then we can do whatever the fuck we want. That's the unfortunate thing about biometric security, pal, is that if you happen to cut off their pinky, you can do whatever you want.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, pow! Right in the kisser.
Oh wow. That's actually what happens. You get a shock.
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now.
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Okay, I guess we can show the record that we just got. He might I mean, he's got an ID card, so let's see. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
Ah, I heard the rumors. So, it was Goodman who came in here. Whoa! Jesus Christ, I had to interrupt myself there for a sec from all the shock.
What is it?
That second number, next to that obviously fake first number.
It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Shit. There's nothing else. Is there anything to examine? Okay, that's kind of funny that they have his secret weapons here. The metal detector, the fishing pole. Where's the dog, though? Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it.
Wait, I've seen that somewhere before.
Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Golden Lake, remember?
Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap-looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart.
Is that just saying that this could have been useful? Wait. I think that all this is saying, it's a joke that in in the murder case that we had, the first real one, he had something to detect bugs and didn't use it. What the fuck is going on here? Wow, look at this pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. I'm not sure what this is in reference to. Oh, there's more. It's a good thing there isn't red paint. That'd be awkward. What's this? What's this? Blood. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other blood stains in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Okay, first things first, what is this glove? Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know?
You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Oh, he just let me take it, no questions asked. Why is there so much paint in an evidence room? What is this salt and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger?
Well, you might say this is my studio.
Here in the evidence room? What's this? Look, this one's open. And the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. Besides, I secured the area with tape.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Yeah, like, obviously no one dare cross the tape. Okay, hang on, how do we do this? I think we can look at the gloves as well. The tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Is zag a word? Do you challenge me? What are we playing, a word game now? Alright, nothing else. I'm guessing this was on the DS. This would make the most sense. This seems like a very Nintendo DS thing. Oh, crap. It's good. Whoops. Okay, hang on. I'm an idiot. Oh yeah, no, it just gets undone. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood must be dubba-dee-dubba-die. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien.
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker.
I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. It's not like I'm incompetent and question, quite frankly, whether I should be on the police force or not every day. I was big in the 1930s, pal.
I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What?
What's the matter, detective?
This locker, it's mine.
It's yours?
Please. You have to help me when they come take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans.
I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. Well, except for me. Don't worry, I won't betray you.
What? But you're a detective.
What did I just say? You can trust me, but not the rest of the police force. Fuck!
Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try put it back together?
Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Okay. Wait, oh you can rotate them. Oh boy, alright. That looks right. Okay, let's just do this systematically. Yeah? Okay. Okay. Oh, well, that one's easy. I think I can already see it. Right? Hang on. Or am I wrong? Wait, it doesn't look like it's any of these. Hang on. I swear it was this one. No, but see, that's gotta be the top. Okay. Oh, I was so confused for a sec. Does that look right? No, this one. Wait, really? Oh. What? It has to be one of these two. Hang on. There we go. But there's still a piece missing. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen?
I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken. Was that red stuff blood, though? Hey, look! They're hard to make out, but there's some dark red stains here.
It looks like blood.
Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed?
Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. This jar was evidence in the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust on the inside, right? Oops. Alright, well, there's 2 clues there. I don't know if there's anything we want to show him other than what we did already. Let's show him Goodman's card. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your ID card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. Oh, one thing I haven't done actually. Haven't sprayed this side. Oh. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if you fled out the door. This might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called liminal testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Not revealing whose locker it is? There's no blood on the door, which is interesting. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess there must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. But we can't find out what that is. Can we... I guess we won't know.
Nothing else to say. Okay. And just make sure I didn't miss anything. This is a lot of evidence. Just being thorough. Well, oh, you can't go there. The UI physically blocks it. Alright, I guess we're done. Oops. Alright, now where do we go? I'm kind of at a loss. Maybe go back to the law office. She'll give me an idea. Well, where should we begin? We should begin with, you know, that thing? Okay, I guess there's still stuff in the evidence room. What could there possibly be? Well, maybe present him with some stuff. There might be something we still miss with it. Let's show him the jar. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Okay, what's the glove? Okay. Oh. Wait, there. About the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. So what did he say? Hang on. Oh, you can examine. Wait, what is this? Nothing. You can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can't open it, they'll give you 50 cents. Okay. What are we showing? Okay. Okay, so we have the blood stains, but then not a whole lot else. The only thing I can think of is that there's a luminol thing that I missed. Otherwise, why would it... That's not... The only other thing would be the door, but there's nothing on the door itself. And we did examine what it was, right? Yeah, I don't know. But I got the feeling it's baiting me into thinking there's more here. Otherwise, what else am I going? Let's go back to here, I guess. This is the one place I haven't been. I guess Edgeworth is in a meeting, isn't he? Well, this place is classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. What? It's the same as last time. Yeah, no. It's just law. It's the same as before. Okay, so then... There's gotta be something that I'm still missing there. What about you? The sheriff's back in the wax. Oh yeah, no evidence. It doesn't know anything. That's his I don't know line. I don't know, I'm kind of stuck. I guess I'll show him Goodman's note. Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Oh, all right. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago.
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill.
Rumors about forged evidence.
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself?
Hey, pal, look at the time.
Was there something you needed to be going to?
It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day.
What? Is that a restaurant flyer?
It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Later.
I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. Okay, finally. I gotta remember to just keep showing him about the SL9 connection. Yeah, fuck you. Done there. I think this is the one complaint I have about this game. It's just sometimes remembering how to get from one place to the other. Ah, guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere before? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave, so long. Is Edgeworth here? They're standing by the window, a teacup in hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however. Something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directly handled by the Chief of Police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still... Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Okay, what do we... I guess we show him the ID record first, because it is his number that showed up. Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that is true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought it back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make note of it. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Okay, now let's give him the knife, I guess. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. I guess he's got more to talk now. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I had let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister, what? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have a use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Did we? I keep pressing the wrong button. I just love the idea that he's just standing there letting us do this. Oh, I think they mean the locker's not here. But okay, he's clean. There's no blood here. Completely saturate his desk. Good, you can't just use it. Okay. Okay. Our investigation turned up on a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger lives behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. I mean, thumbprint? Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? Oh, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With Y. Okay, this is definitely a DS feature. Hey, Clash. Yeah, I'm checking out Ace Attorney for the first time. People have always told me about this series, so I'm finally getting around to it. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on the birthday cake, see? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. I mean, it has to be. I mean, I'm sure it would work fine on a DS. On the 3DS, it's a completely different story. When I had to play Spirit Tracks, I had to use a hairdryer because it wouldn't work. Aha! You did it. You found one. But it looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? It think it means... a typo. I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't go look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again carefully. It seems there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. The original game didn't have a typo. That happens. But then again, I guess it's very telling if they didn't bother to fix it. This is not a new game by any means. I don't know why I'm being so gentle with it. Just cake it in powder. Why am I being gentle with this? Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So, we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? So this is a pointless exercise? I mean, it's gumshoe, right? Yeah. Aha. So, these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check this out. Can we just... I think we have to do this again. Okay, and then... This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding something using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. What? So, hang on. Okay, that was just weird trial and error. Alright, cake it in powder. Just completely cake it. And now... Wow, that still wasn't enough. That's you. Very scientific. Hey, these fingerprints, they... Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh. So, we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Oh my god, that was 2 hours. This case is really long. It's okay, still early in the evening. This is why I have to just really make sure that I have the time to play this. Okay. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. It's a commitment. I don't mind time commitments. I mean, I played the entire Yakuza series. That was certainly a commitment at times. I think the problem with this is more so 2 things have to happen. One is I have to be in the mood for reading because there's no voice acting whatsoever, and so I have to do everything myself. And the other thing is 1 chapter can go up to like 7 hours, which is insane. So, yeah, time. But that's what you do for justice. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It says Mr. Wright suspects the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Ms. Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Ms. Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. She seemed rather hesitant.
Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is...
Huh? I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it, without some sort of teleportation shenanigans? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Sorry, I accidentally rested it on my knee.
Very well, let the trial resume.
You've never been more caught off by an Edgeworth impression. I don't know. I just gave him a pompous voice. I'm kind of channeling, like, James from Team Rocket a little bit. Also, I can only do, like, 8 different voices total, so... Well, maybe a dozen if I really push myself.
Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? You think the voice I've got for the judge is good, but you keep hearing Piccolo? I'll take that as a compliment.
Gohan. Dodge! Dodge the fucking blast, Gohan!
Alright.
Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir! It was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually... Sir! I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir.
Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir?
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
Shit. He's a millennial. Is he? No. Would he? Hang on. If this came out during the Game Boy, no, he'd be, relax, Gen X. He's Generation X. Thank God. If he's an adult during the time of the Game Boy Advance, he'd be a generation higher than me, so it's okay. It's okay. It's not referring to me at all. No, he's not literally me. It's like, if this came out when the Game Boy Advance was out, I was a teenager. And if this guy is like in his 20s, then he's Gen X. So it's okay. I mean, I know literally I'm doing his voice, but he is not my generation. I mean, that makes Ace a boomer, technically, too, doesn't it? Gen X or boomer? See, Emma would be a millennial because she's a teenager. Anyway, you can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Okay, now I gotta pay attention. Alright, let's hear it.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life then. I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's Meakin's family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. Okay. Well, what is his normal duty? Let's start with that. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger.
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh. So that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room.
Describe the man. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? Is he 777?
There it is. I found it. This is the one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Shout out to the great Kami Lord God Judge Piccolo.
That's super Kami, Judge Piccolo, to you.
Witness, explain.
It's no real mystery, sir. This is the first time when the first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen.
Okay.
I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. Suddenly I was attacked.
All right. I feel like I have to press everything. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir. A knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you'd just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, then I did it.
What exactly do you mean when you say, did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for an instant, so I snatched the knife from him.
You took his knife.
I spun around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. Discombobulate is what they call it, sir.
I see. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in the face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying in tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? Well, he's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
You like how in this universe he kills men but then casually took out the Blue Badger to the outside? I mean, he is a simpleton. That's the reality. It's just, yeah, he's a simpleton. The chief delivered it?
What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a fuck-up.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like a communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's just have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? I was gonna say, what the fuck is this music? But okay, that makes sense. They must have updated the date in this because it says 2021 now. Oh, no, wait, I'm an idiot. That's the month. Never mind. That's February 21. God, never mind. Ignore me. Yeah. It's just because it was in 4:3 aspect ratio and the text was so close to the left of the screen, I thought it was clipped off. Like, that is some weird positioning for a clock. Dude, this is very eerie. Okay, can I ask one thing? Is the music of that thing so fucking loud that the screams of a dying man is just, you can't hear it? Like, you would hear that noise through the entire building if that were the case. You know? Like, there's clearly sound in this footage. So the blood-curdling screams of a guy being murdered is so muted by comparison. Anyway. I love this Edgeworth face, it's the best.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the blue badger, sir. You gotta be really thankful for the good job my microphone does when I do this scratchy voice.
No, seriously, like, this microphone, best investment I've made. The fact that it can suppress the screechiness of my voice when I do this shit. Why am I not surprised? This isn't going smoothly.
Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone. In the evidence room and some sort of, activity.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? What model is it? It's that podcaster mic, but the upgraded version of it. It's the SM7, but DB. So it has the built-in gain, so you don't need a separate module to boost the volume up. And then I just got it running through a Scarlett Solar. Pretty simple setup. But yeah, microphones are really good. It picks up whispers, and there's very minimal I had to do with it to get it going. Like, I do have a limiter going on in OBS, but for the most part, it does a good job overall. There's a reason podcasters use this microphone.
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Well, intriguing. That would mean the victim at this crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. But everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Okay. Okay. Well, I made the joke, but like... there's other ways you can open it. Okay, hang on, let me have a look what we have. Because we did get the tape and I kind of wasn't paying attention. But we can check it. Let me watch it again. Okay. He has a stick. Blood on the coat. You can see him lunge forward. I did notice something fell out. Okay. Let me press him on this. You believe in the original, when you rewatch the tape, it replayed the music too. That's a nice change that it didn't. Oh, I missed what he said. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir! If I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is... unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. I did notice something, yes. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction.
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in this video.
He would want me to point it out.
Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates... Okay, fuck me then. Start the videotape.
It just automatically does that sometimes. It just decides to, yeah, whatever. Go fuck yourself. Stop reading. That. Oh, it's a glove. Yeah, no, then there you go. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this.
Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise.
The point?
What you are looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates that the man may not be Detective Goodman. Yeah.
I almost walked right into the defense's trap.
I'll place him under arrest, sir. Rats, I need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. Wait, really? It's not the glove? Now, what do I do? It's not the glove? Okay.
Well, now...
So what is it? Man, I thought... How is the glove not suspicious? Yeah. Or did I just not pause it correctly? Oh. It's lit up. Why is it lit up? Okay, maybe it's a two-step thing. I didn't notice that. The first thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this.
Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it.
Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine?
Don't look at me with those bleary eyes.
Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again.
What? Dude. It's like, what are you talking about? I swear, like, there's two things here that I can clearly see. The locker is lit up, so clearly the locker's already open, and a fucking glove falls out of it. Like, what are you talking about? So, right?
Dude, how is this not it? Or do I need... Oh, you know what the problem is? I think I put it over the light, and I have to highlight the actual locker. The thing that's strange about this video... What? Ugh, are you serious? What? What the fuck is wrong with this? I don't get it. I'm gonna let it play a little more. Maybe all right. Is this just janky? Yeah, there might be a better time for it. No, but see, he walks over. The light's already... how about now? No, like... What the fuck? I may have to look this up. I swear I've got the right answer. Or maybe I need to do... No, there's no present here. There. Yeah, it's lit up when it's open. So how is this not it? Where was the blood? Try selecting the non-lit up one. Potentially. Okay, select the non-lit up one. Nope. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna try the glove again. This is gonna be something really simple that it's gonna be stupid. There's got to be this.
Objection!
Okay, no, it worked that time. No? What the fuck? Okay, hang on. Let me look this up. Give me a sec. How do I do this in a non-spoiler way, actually? That's gonna be hard. You have the answer. Okay. In a non-spoiler way, is it the light? It is the light. Okay. So then, it just didn't register? What? What the fuck? Have I swear to God if this is my glitch passive going off again. Is there a particular timestamp that you need to do it at? I got my finger on the light. Okay, it worked. Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match... Ugh, I hate that noise. The light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Why the... I'm guessing I just didn't have it over the light and it was just that stupid, but man. That seems like a hell of an oversight. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. On the 3DS, it was a bounding box and not a finger. That would have been more useful. Here! Notice the light?
What's this? Oh, it's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already opened before the victim grabbed the handle.
Ah!
Order! Order! What is the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh, well. Just goes to show novices should just keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Did I just repeat myself for no reason? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Ms. Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system's sensor? Something jammed the sensor, say. There's something else that seems to be out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage that might perhaps register the first fucking time.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more for the second time for the first time. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Okay, cut me off. Fuck you.
Wait, wasn't this muted? I thought we said this was muted. Why is it unmuted all of a sudden? Ugh, whatever. I swear if this doesn't work... Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier that you were so quick to shut me down on. You idiots. What? Now it's muted again. That's so weird.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But, sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and...
We can't be sure that the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. Sorry to cut you off.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
It's almost like the person operating the tape player is just choosing to mute it arbitrarily. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene.
There just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator you don't mean...
I think I've finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the insulator that was stuck in the locker door?
I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that it was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir! It would appear so, sir!
Order! 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 So we are to believe, then, that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman.
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this ID card.
An ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal hit there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now, let's move on to the cross-examination.
Okay. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Okay. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here, so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of my door closing, my ID card chokes me. You would think I would do something about it getting choked so often, but damn it all, the thrill of getting the life sucked out of me, I don't know, it just does things to me, sir.
Maybe I should have just left this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Okay, when the ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. But this card was lost, though. We even found this card. Like, the fact that we have this card in our possession should be enough.
Objection!
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the scene of the crime.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe there's something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order. Order. So, what does this all mean? I'm a little slow.
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order. Order. Damn it, order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes? What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Ms. Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah!
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I going to get myself out of this mess? I mean, we have to object, right?
Objection!
Do I have a choice? One moment, Your Honor.
What's now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proved one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. I just find it funny that, like, you know, this guy is ultimately a lawyer, but then he's also a forensics expert, a detective, just everything. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. Yeah, food delivery service. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
if this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, who do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. I might just be a dick about it.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know just everything yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess. I'm gonna go get a 3-piece box later.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Oh, what do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma? You always know everything. Why didn't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You'd better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. Have you brought what I asked?
Oh, you mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I brought them here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness?
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with a serial murderer. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What, my name is in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with, no.
Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I remembered I Gotta be somewhere else. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. I'm gonna 23 skidoo. If that's the correct use of that term, I don't know. I'm not familiar with 1930s colloquial terms, see?
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure this out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better take a good look at this file. Holy shit, this still keeps going. And this is what I was referring to. Okay. How long has it been? It's been 3 hours. Alright, well, I think we're still okay. I think the worst voice I'm doing in this is definitely the Marshall. It's just... I can't do a southern accent, so I'm just butchering it. Actually, give me a sec. I'm gonna get a drink of water. Otherwise, I'm gonna kill my throat. Recess for like 30 seconds. I'll pause recording, though. Alright.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye.
Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Okay. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Maybe I know. Well, I'm just the same man you wandering around the trail of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when you need it. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
That's my name. I'll listen hard enough. You'll hear the howl wind calling it out. I'm allowed to drink cola, aren't I? Just let me slug down this alcohol around the middle court.
To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Why so fast? I don't know. Some southern people do speak that fast. It's like if you watch King of the Hill like Boomhauer, I guess that's what I'm trying to go for. But like nasally Australian Boomhauer. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You're in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Also, the more mistakes I make, the better. Is this correct?
Coming to the papers, Martha.
What do you mean?
Desperado says balance has dead sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us the testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
My job was to keep an eye on the burn over the orchard. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security guard systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street at a saloon at the time and went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo this time, I hit the trail.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your bid, but you see me complain.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras in the ID con reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses, don't they now, prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Okay. Like, I think if I did a southern accent, it would be way worse than me doing this fast, butchered voice. But also, he's not really Texan, so, you know, I guess that's part of the joke. Okay. Well, we have evidence to contradict it. His fingerprints.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
And you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Huh, listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm not the caretaker of the crypt. I pay my respects, that's it, to pay my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene.
The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall.
Seems to me. There ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints.
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be in the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Oh, didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
Right, can I just hold on. I thought of something stupid. If you'll indulge me for a sec.
Go on. Order in the court. I am Piccolo. Judge Piccolo presiding.
That's all. I just wanted to say that. Okay.
The witness's explanation appears valid.
I just kind of realized, wait, I can actually visualize it.
Although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month.
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the lock I used when I was a detective. The lock I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Okay. Oh, didn't you know? Wait, how does he know the murderer was wearing gloves if he supposedly wasn't there? How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I'm still doing my job at keeping up on the reports.
There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
They say all blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this.
The security tape?
So long as Montreal isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? But what do you mean by that?
You want to tell me there's crime writing that, right, partner? I say that video is the only direct evidence you have.
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. He could have crawled on all fours like a dog. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Let's look at the video again. Oh, I saw it. Very well. Allow me to point your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. You might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
Stop. His locker. There! How's that for evidence? Please allow me to apologize to my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes.
Yes, well, this certainly isn't a first.
Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad man, he's just a bit disillusioned.
Of course, I'm not the one going on, boys.
Wait, what? No, uh-oh.
Hang on.
No, that's bullshit. Like, what I saw, that the locker didn't have the t-shirt sticking out. Alright, let's, before we do anything stupid. Is this another one of these ones where like, oh, it's so temperamental? Yeah, it's his locker, the left one, so then... It's right there at the start. Yeah, I could use this as a BRB screen. I do need to do some nuance at some point. No, I think because, like, his locker had clothing sticking out. And so what I think it is it's him, he changed clothes, or took the incriminating jacket off at the very least, and then put it in. And I think what I need to point out is the fact that the clothing is there. Yeah, fuck me, it is that. I just pointed out when it was empty instead of when it was full. It's a stupid technicality. Yeah.
Objection! Objection!
No, I was right. That's just... This is an oversight. You should be allowed to point out both the fact that there is and there isn't a shirt there. Okay, it's on the cloth. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you just have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. That is 8 words.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
That locker with the white cloth sticking out? That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. This is not rewinding.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order, order. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call you bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. Ah!
Oh my god, I thought Jesus Christ, I was tapping the text. I thought I accidentally presented my attorney's badge. Oh, thank God. That's a good control scheme. There's a safety net where, like, present is not the same as interact.
I fingerprint.
Here's your evidence. I'm a fucking lawyer. Case closed. Yeah. Asserting dominance for my badge. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is that?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
I only got one word for you, partner. No!
Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself.
It is a joke, it's the worst I've ever had.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What? I'm so confused. What does it say? Why does it say this?
Ole, please answer the question.
This has to be a mistake. There's no way this is real. What the fuck do you mean, Ole? This has to be a mistake. What is this? What is this piece of text? Am I missing something? That's not even like cowboy talk either. That's bullfighter talk. Okay. Yeah, okay, maybe it is intentional. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can.
Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, there's only one possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it.
Wait, what? I mean, the only, like, is it really this? It has to be, right? Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Thanks. That's, hey, Colin. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. I see, I got mixed up. That's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he didn't know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his ID card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes. He would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? How's everyone doing today? I'm alright. Just long week. Glad it's weekend.
You got quite an imagination, partner. You got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence. He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you didn't see me complain.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I didn't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
Ah, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
Very well. Let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the victim had to open his locker.
Okay, well, I know already. I saw it earlier. I'm gonna wake up in a cold sweat and hear this music. Ah! Rewind. Stop. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pull a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat?
You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimate y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you're only half as persistent as then as you are now today, y'all wouldn't have to be here now, would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
All right. Seems the time's come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So, the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay. That is a very ominous statement. What the hell does that mean? When you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day.
Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When the case is closed, only that case's lead detective can only look through the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself once more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
And that was my last chance, that's why.
But why would he need to do that? Oh, well, I guess he's not a detective anymore. Hang on. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman, specifically?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidential transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera?
And the detective's ID card?
I stole that the morning of the incident.
So, that really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So, essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean, the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguised yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means that Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall.
I wasn't expecting Officer Meek.
Oh yeah, right. I don't need to do the voice. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off.
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and...
Okay. So you did use your research before... Oh, sorry. So you did your research beforehand.
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape would have raised every 6 hours. If all had gone to plan, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone's in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins during... What was Officer Meekins during... What am I doing? What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? I was skipping the word doing during... What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? Why did my brain go all weird on that sentence?
What else? You're sleeping like a baby.
Yeah, read the words.
So what you're saying is on that day...
Yeah, let's just press it. But the blood found at the scene clearly indicates a crime took place.
What, are you blind? The victim shown in the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, The evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
By the way, partner, it's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Even though I'm in a court of fucking law, I have to answer everything truthfully and honestly and the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
Okay. He revised that one. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something that went down at the trial. Something that no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is his real reason. I had a feeling we'd end up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Alright, let's take another look at the files. Hang on, just that last statement, I think is what we have to do it on. That one. He says, you know why. There is so much evidence in this case. Okay, perpetrated Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Oh. Neil Marshall. So what, his dad? Page 2. And Lana and Emma witnessed it? Huh. The head investigator was Goodman. Okay. Well, shit, if that's not motive. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall?
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. You received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right, he was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives on the pot worked under them. We're desperate to prosecute the killer. J-Doc. My brother fought Doc and was killed. That was the first time Doc left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by J-Doc. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions?
There's more to my brother's death than what records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that.
So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner.
All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Ms. Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
Ah.
I rest my case.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Your Honor, wait.
Emma?
The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, Wright?
Mr. Wright. Are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked again.
So, did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. A professional lawyer. A professional lawyer. A professional lawyer. A professional lawyer. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now, then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of any more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? There could be something I'm missing.
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene. I have to object because the game's over otherwise. Clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor plans?
I just realized it's this. If this thing was dancing at the time of the murder, it's not in the diagrams. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not there. So, watch what happens when I put him in. This is where he was dancing at the scene of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What?
So that means, just what exactly does this mean? Sorry, I'm a bit senile.
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such a far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murderer portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece that can show evidence of that. Paraphrase.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
The log. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel in to the evidence room at...
Let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth. Just what have you done?
I would have never had figured that out, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have just had 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, clean up the blood, And unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's take a look at that chart again. There's only one other number remaining. 777777. Totally legit.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777777.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What? Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge?
You're all luck, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Not to you, to her. The defendant sitting over there. You're a little executive.
Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777777.
Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really use only legitimate evidence?
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I had him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized that we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendants? Just what are you saying?
Ask again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
No, no!
Order! 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 Order!
Lana's remarks caused a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Oh, shit. How much of this is left? Dude, when you combine this with the previous, like, this is... I played it for 3 hours last time, and we're at 4, and it's still not over. Maybe I need to look up, like, a spoiler-free and see how much this is left. We're doing an investigation. Nah, but see, if we're doing an investigation, there's a trial. There's at least a couple of hours of this left, right? Yeah, I think we might have to... This would be a good time to pause. Okay. Yeah, I think I agree. I think this could go for ages. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what do you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Alright. Well. We save. We'll continue this next time. Yes, this is definitely the longest one. Why did these just get progressively longer and longer? When I started playing this one in particular, I was like, okay, 2 to 3 hours per case. That seems fair. Then the next case became 4 hours. Then the next case became 7. This case is now officially at 7. It's official. And it's still going. Alright. Well, anyway, if you're watching this later on the VOD channel, thanks for sticking around to the end. Hope you enjoyed. Leave a like if you feel like it. And yeah, we'll continue this next time.